My little intro on the catwalk. Yes, on the catwalk. Okay. Oh, there you go. Got a little experience while we're sitting there. Okay, so there we go. And we are live on YouTube. Let's go live on Twitch as well. I'm not high, nor have I ever been high. High in life. What kind of racing did you do? Oh, holy shit. You ever do down there in Louisville on the Ohio River? I watched a nasty submarine accident there. Must have been 30 years ago. He submarined in and flipped, broke in half, almost drowned. You want to get out of here alive? Talk to me. 2 days ago, I saw a rigger that could hold that tanker. You get bonuses for naming the movies I quote. I don't know. Here you go. Here's the bonus. Oops. Shit. No see shit. Number 5 alive. Disassemble. Dead. Dead. Disassemble. No, disassemble. That reminds me, I need to finish my script on Rowdy. Oh no, I'm sorry. Oh, you didn't just poison me there, dude. Yeah, the cannibals, they do that. Oh, you were talking about this door that wasn't open today? This is how it's supposed to be. That door is supposed to be open. Who are we missing? Divided. You're telling me Smalls. Okay, there you go. You know where to go. Yeah, you get a lot of bounties that you have to go in there. It's one of the bounty, yeah, there's a hunter that you get in there too. Yep, and smoking. And I don't know, you need to know about them transgender people in the game. It said agents in this with the dress, in this dress. There you go. That's what they said. And if you're getting your butt hurt listening to this, well, sucks to be you. Oh no, I'm talking about my viewers. As 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 travel to me, please. Just when I think I'm out, they pull me back in. Godfather 3. We're waiting for one more person. Where's Scorsese? There he is. You say you have a rodent? Oh, I hear the music now. Oh, it's "Hey, I need up. Come on, get in the game." Okay. Okay, so we've done that one, we've done that one, we've done that one, we did this one. Come closer, come closer. Earn this. Say what? Saving Private Ryan? Oh, so I'm supposed to ask you what FUBAR. No, I don't think they said that in Ghostbusters. K-Million. Should be it. And that one, let's go. Takima. Do you hear the owl? It's 'cause you guys eating with me. So when I was stationed here in DC, I got recruited as a great part-time job called EI King Office Movers, and they liked getting us military people because we moved places that were in the government that, if we seen anything or, maybe during the office move, uh, you already got this one. That's a bad thing about running the ones you already have. Let's go up here. Anyway, on that street I was just on, there's a little brownstone, it's about 5-story brownstone. We had to move the offices out of there in 1988. And so what happens is the packers come in, they pack everything up in the office and they're in boxes. All we do is take the boxes, stack them up on dollies, push the dollies out in the hallway go down to either the stairway and they hand them down the stairway or an elevator lift. This time, I think it was in the elevator. I don't know where that went because I was on the ascending end, so wherever it goes, hell, I don't know. I just know they were moving that office. So about the third office I'm cleaning out. You got this one too. Um, Third office I walk into, everything is still out. Nothing's packed up. So I kinda stepped out in the hallway and I yelled at the supervisor and said, "Hey, this one's not packed up." And they were like, "Get out of that room. That's the whole reason everybody's moving." And I looked down at the desk and it said, "Admiral Casey." So, probably one of those rooms that I packed up that day was General Powell's. Another one was probably Oliver North's. We were moving the NSA offices that are just out from the White House. For you young whippersnappers, that's Iran-Contra. That that was the cover up for a scandal called Iran-Contra, and the fall guy was General Casey because he had had a heart attack a few months before. He's probably living in Jamaica or something. Probably not dead at all. Probably still alive. Probably more than you know. I I have a crazy theory. I think Chris Kyle's still alive. The only reason I think he is dead is because his neighbor is supposedly dead too, and I don't think they would have made him disappear. But I think Chris Kyle had a too big of a price on his head from the Taliban, and they faked his death so the Taliban would take him and his family off the list. Well, I don't what I'm saying is I think that was a setup to get the excuse that Chris Kyle is really dead when he's not really dead. That was my theory. And by putting him kinda in a witness protection, it shut him up about all this shit he was talking because he was talking too many stories. I mean, "Oh, yeah, Jesse Ventura was bragging about the time that he was in the SEALs in Vietnam, and I knocked him out at a SEAL party." Jesse won that lawsuit. He's like, "No, that never happened, and you're full of shit." Yes, he was. He was the early SEAL. He was like one of the first SEALs. He was a SEAL in '67 in Vietnam and in the Mekong Delta, and that's where the SEALs really started is the operations in the Mekong, Delta. and those boys wore fishnet stockings or pantyhose and blue jeans. You know why? The blue jeans were heavy enough. It had to do with leeches and all the other shit that's in the River. It kept the leeches off of them. The pantyhose kept the was tight enough, and the blue jeans was strong enough to keep the bites from fish. And yeah, see, this is the problem when you're trying to find which ones you haven't done. Uh, let's go to the back. Let's do it this way. Kind of hit or miss. That's why I like getting somebody in here that doesn't have any done. That way we go and aha, here's one. You guys can pass trouble on me on this. So here's another believe it or not story. So in when I was stationed in Japan, I met another service member. We got married, and she had at 20 years old, she had her thyroid removed, and we they didn't tell her it was cancer immediately. It didn't get. It had to go to the pathologist when the pathologist was in Guam. Well, it took like 2 or 3 months for him to discover that it was cancer. Hold on, we're missing one. Squishy, you're killing us. Okay, uh, I'll remember that now. I didn't shoot you. I don't. I didn't even bring my gun up. It wasn't me. It was. I think it was invited. So when the pathology finally came back, we had got ourselves pregnant. Don't know how. She did. So the gynecologist called us up to the hospital that day there in Japan and said, "Hey, here's 2 tickets to Hawaii. This is what's going to happen. You're going to have radioactive iodine, Mr. Byers, Airman Byers. You're going to go to Hawaii, and you're going to show up at your wife's hallway at the hospital 1 hour a day and give her support. You can't be there more than 1 hour a day. What you do with the other 23 hours in Hawaii is up to you. But you will be there in that hallway for 1 hour a day supporting your wife while she's isolated in this room getting her radioactive iodine." I was like, okay. And then she said, "But what about the baby?" And he goes, "Well," so he took back the thing, and then the next year, before she had our son, we were scheduled to have our assignment. So we had to go where there was a major hospital. Well, the best military hospital in the world, or in the United States at least, is um, Bethesda. The National Cancer Institute is right across the street. So when we had when we had our first son a few months later in March of '88 or '89, she got her radioactive or '88. She got a radioactive iodine treatment at Bethesda. 2 weeks later, the new president, Old Man Bush, was waving out that same window. And the media said that President Bush had just had an irregular heartbeat during his first 90-day checkup as president, because I guess you don't get that when you're a vice president, but you get a real thorough one when you become president. And they found some things and they put him in the Bethesda for 3 days. 3 days should have been, I should have called bullshit on that, but at the time I didn't know. 20 years later, I developed thyroid cancer. And I had to go through that same procedure. Well, in the procedure, in the the gynecologist's office back then, this is like 2009, 2011, something like that. The gynecologist's paperwork said this is such a routine thing. Don't worry about it. Blah blah blah. Even a sitting president had this done while he was president of the United States. And I was like, I know exactly when that was and where that was and what room he was in. Oh, by the way, you guys all got the snitch? No, that's not the stitch. It looked like the snitch. Oh, Jared the snitch. Let's see if he's up there. Yeah, he's not up there. Okay, we'll get that one. Let's see. So a little bit more resource drop. If you anybody can tell me why the Washington Monument is two different colors. About 70 feet up is darker than the rest of the obelisk. So construction of the Washington Monument happened somewhere in like 1859, somewhere around that point. And if you remember what was happening in 60 and 61, I know because I was there, right? I'm that old. The Civil War popped off. Well, they didn't have the money to worry. No, they ran out of money. They had to worry about fighting a war, not fighting about fighting and making George Washington's monument. So it sat there, and by the well, by the quarry, if it was the same quarry, even it's now it wasn't completed until like 1912 or something like that. Yep. So it actually set like 70 feet tall for like forever, for like 50 years. And they finally fundraised it. So I'll give you credit for that, guys. I'll give you a drop of it. Okay, so when bronze oxidizes, it turns green. Okay, so you want to talk about the Statue of Liberty? The Statue of Liberty was built by who? Okay, but a famous architect, which a famous building is named after him. That's how you know his name if you don't know his name. It's in Paris. It was the tallest building after 3,000 years. It beat the pyramids, taller than the pyramids. Yes. So the architect's name is Eiffel. Yes. So a country commissioned a statue to be like the Colossus of Rhodes. Now, back in the uh, ancient times, one of the ancient wonders of the world was the Colossus of Rhodes. And supposedly, in one of the Greek islands, the Colossus of Rhodes statue was so tall, made of bronze, that ships sailed underneath the legs to get to the harbor. So a certain country commissioned a building of a statue like the Colossus of Rhodes, and Eiffel made the Statue of Liberty. The problem is that country basically was bankrupt and could not afford to pay Eiffel. That country was Egypt, and it was that statue was supposed to go to the mouth of the new Suez Canal. So it sat in pieces. It sat in pieces for a few years, and to bail out because they wanted the Eiffel Tower built, they bought the pieces off of Eiffel. So he wanted to go bankrupt. Yeah, we're killing him. Oh, oh, we put the guys up here. He's fighting the Rowan. Where'd you go? Yeah, but they spawned on top of us before you took off. So you just missed some keys back there. So the French had this statue, and they donated to America to celebrate the 100th anniversary of our independence. So in 1876, it was revealed as the Statue of Liberty. So there you go. Why is the White House white? So in the War of 1812, the British landed at just south of Baltimore after bombarding Fort McHenry. And of course, during that time, a little side story here, the Fort McHenry was bombarded through the night. And on one of the warships was a lawyer named Francis Scott Key, and he was negotiating the surrender of people that were already captured by the British. And during the night, he watched the battle, and he wrote a poem called that we now call the Star Spangled Banner on that ship. And throughout the night, they bombarded Fort McHenry, and no matter what they would do during the fall of the war, they could still see the American flag flying. When the dawn came, the fort was decimated. Probably most of the people in the fort were either injured and most were dead. The flag was still flying. What you don't know in history or aren't taught in school very much is what was holding that flag post up was about 200 dead bodies because they had broke the flag so many times, the flag post, there was nothing in the ground to stick it in, and it was huge. It's a big flag. So they literally propped up the dead to prop up the pole to keep the flag flying to tell the British, fuck you. So anybody disrespecting the U.S. flag, yeah, you got a problem with me. Well, a lot of politicians have Jefferson taught us a lot of stuff that the Constitution is was written by so it could be changed to uh, keep updated. The Bill of Rights, but he also warned that too much abuse of the government is tyranny, and he warned uh, that could happen. Well, I worked with one of the most powerful. Yes, and I actually worked for one of those guys for 2 days as a military liaison. Even though he wasn't my senator, I was supposed to work for Richard Lugar. And Lugar sent me down to Strom Thurmond, which had been in Congress for almost 60 years, because he had that kind of power. Yes, I'm a big advocate of term limits, but I did like my Strom was pretty cool. And I got to meet one of the rarest politicians back in the day. He's actually was a movie star. His name was Tom Thompson. You remember Law and Order? He was the AE for a while on Law and Order, like season 5, season 6. He was also in Days of Thunder. He played the equivalent of Bill France. Okay, we're here at the next one. Anyway, they were trying to build a breeder reactor in Knoxville, Tennessee, and I heard him say, "Well, them boys back in Tennessee going to hang me for what I'm about to say, but it doesn't make sense to spend $200 million to build a brand new breeder reactor when we got one in Charleston that just need overhauled, and it'll take about 20 million to get it back up in shape." He said, "So yeah, I'm a senator from Tennessee, and yeah, that money's going to go to Tennessee, but I also work for the American people, and it's more prudent to spend $20 million instead of $200 million." Guess what? He still lost. There was so much pork belly on that stupid shit. They built that new breeder reactor in Knoxville, Tennessee, or out in Oak Ridge. Yeah, that's all the kings and Shah of Iran's gold and all the other people. So probably Nazi gold is in there. Oh yeah, we'll hold your gold because you're under war and the Nazis are coming. We'll hold your gold, and then we never give it back to them. I will just hold it for you. Yeah, you can tell I love history, right? Right. We fought in Vietnam for a country that wasn't helping themselves out. So I took a history course, um, the history of Vietnam at the University of Maryland on campus when I was stationed in DC. Now I did not want to take this course. I did not, but my captain was going to be missing 2 weeks of that, and it was like one of those courses that really helped him in his career, to make major. And he goes, "Hey, I really want you to take this course with me." I teasingly told him, I said, "Captain, have you ever heard of fraternization?" He goes, "Yeah, but yeah, this is different. The colonel actually asked me to ask you to go take this course with me." I'm like, "What is it?" He goes, "The history of Vietnam." I said, "Hell no." He goes, why not? I go, I'm not going to be a staff sergeant, know more about a Vietnam War than some chief master sergeant that was there hiding in Cameron Bay underneath the bathroom for 12 months. And I'm going to know more about that war than he does. And then he's going to say, I don't know my ass from the hole ground. And then we're going to get in an argument and I'm going to get my ass in trouble. Because just because he was there doesn't mean he knows about all the politics and all the stuff that really went on behind the scenes. He goes, you're right, but I really need to take this course because I'm going to, right in the middle of the class, I'm going to miss 2 weeks. I'm like, I'm not taking it. He goes, but you need to see who's teaching the course. I said, I don't care if Westmoreland himself is teaching the course. I'm not taking it. And he shows me it, and it was a general, retired General LOH teaching the course. I didn't know who that was. He was the vice commander underneath Westmoreland. He was an Air Force general that was in charge of all the air war and all that during Vietnam. And he taught the course. Say what? Oh, oh shit! America won that. America won that a million times over. If you don't believe me, just ask how rich DuPont is now, thanks to all the shit that they did in Vietnam. Raytheon and McDonnell Douglas and all the others that benefit from all the war machine that got from that. Bell helicopters and yeah, America made a bunch of money off that. And when we pulled out, we still had South Vietnam. But just like Afghanistan, once we pulled our support, the people that we trained to defend their own country wasn't strong enough and wasn't willing enough to defend their own country from the insurgents that were part of their country. Same lesson in Afghanistan. You cannot fight a war if even a strong minority of that country don't want that war or wants to fight against you in that war. Stay the fuck out. Oh yeah, that's why the communist theory is that's why you got to be very careful. Stuff these people preaching socialism here. That's the first agenda, taking America down, not by war, but basically pissing off the American people so much that they rebel against the government. Oh, that's that's making us money. You know that. It's all about right now. Okay, what country did Trump advertise that he was not going to put up with it anymore, even though his ties were made there? China, China, China. China gets 90% of its oil from where? It gets the other 6% from where? Venezuela. What two markets have we basically taken off the market right now? So China has basically got 96% of their oil tied up right now. So they are in free fall. Check it out. Eastern. Oh, go. So when I was in DC and just a buck sergeant, I took my first re-enlistment at the Arlington Cemetery overlooking the Potomac River, and behind me is the Washington Monument. I'll post that picture one of these days on one of my videos. And the lieutenant asked me why I picked that place of all the places in DC, and I said, "Well, I wanted to do it at the White House, but you rejected that because you were afraid that we would waste our time when we got the White House. They wouldn't let us in." And I tried to tell her, I said, I should have told her this argument. We get to the White House and tell them that two buck sergeants are taking a re-enlistment. They're going to open the gates for us, even if they're closed. We're going to get in. Oh, there's Jared. Hey, this is Jared, the gun runner. Jared, this is everybody. You come see, you find Jared every week. Oh, no, you sure wait. Well, that's okay. I want him to see Jared too. So he is Jared the gun runner, and the reason you know his name, if you go into your inventory and go to tutorials, you go down the tutorial, there's a thing called the snitch. You press on the snitch, it said, Jared Aston, the dangerous informant broker operating in DC. His partners on the gun runners are Casey Mendoza, who knows where, and he knows where she sets up shop. Along with this information, he always gives out a single high value target, and the information is very good. So once you do this the first time ever, anybody ever not done this? Okay, so we got to kill the bounty now. So the bounty is over here in by the aquarium. I can't pass trouble there. You probably haven't done the aquarium, so I'll have to go to the White House. Don't respawn on me yet. It'll be easier for me to get out of the White House and get closer, and then you can respawn on me. That way, you guys don't have to like I am right now. Yeah, well, all you have to do is get close to it to be able to fast travel to it. It looks like he's done it, or it might be me. Anyway, um, so anyway, the picture I the picture I did for the reenlistment ceremony, she asked me why Arlington Cemetery and why that pose, and I said, well, years later, when I'm 60 and run for president of the United States, I'm going to use this picture as me serving in the military, as the poster to run for president of the United States. Which is real funny because so many presidential candidates don't even serve anymore. So here's another trivia question. You guys can tell me shut up at any time. Are you guys here? Well, yeah, I got swamped. I'm on a squishy build. I can put on my heartbreaker build now. I won't die. But this is my. Oh, thank you. This is just normal. No, I've died more times than you. I've died probably more times than days you played this game. Now it's open. The gates are open now. Division two. So here's my trivia question. Why will there never be an aircraft carrier named Trump? And why will there never be one called Obama? You know, you have the Abraham Lincoln, you have the John F. Kennedy, you have the Eisenhower, you have the Bush, you have the Ronald Reagan. Why will you'll never have a Trump or Obama? Because they can only be named after presidents that served in the U.S. military. The president, it's a presidential class, but the presidents that get named after aircraft carriers are former military members. So if I became president, I could have aircraft carrier named Byers. A dog is killing me, dudes. You got to defend yourself. You got to shoot that guy that's shooting you, Squishy. Okay, I didn't follow my own tactics. So anybody know what paint? Ah, slicing the pie is? Instead of being John Wayne and running in there and shooting everything in the room and being shot by everything in the room, you slowly like slice the pie from the door and you take on one person at a time using the wall and objects as cover. It's called slicing the pie. And when you fight that way, you don't die. They're running in being like a dumbass. Plus, I didn't realize that when we did this, it was on challenging instead of normal. So it's normal. Yeah, we won't. So now, if you look at your map, oh, why don't you have the camera? Oh, yeah, you do. Okay, when you look at your map, you're going to see two shopping carts. Cassie Mendoza's shopping cart is in Constitutional Hall, just north of the Safe House. She sells goodies. Um, then Danny Danny Weaver, and he sells caches. And one of those caches are exotic caches, and he is up in the West End, just west of the Federal Emergency Bunker. Okay, there you go. And they're closed. They're open up for 24 hours. So the first when Tuesday resets, they're closed for 24 hours, and they're open for 24 hours. Closed, open, closed, open, closed. There you go. I thought we were finishing up getting your lanterns and stuff. Yeah, And how many are you missing? Got one more to speak up. Oh, okay. Well, what we need is somebody in here that don't have any of them, and then we can just go there and you get credit for it, even if it's one of the ones you found. Instead of having to find the few that you don't have. 'Cause it's real hit and miss. Even though I think it's one of the years. Yes. Here you go. You can fast travel on me. Hold on, hold on. Okay. Just reminding people. Welcome. And if you call me grandpa, I'll kill you. I'm, I'm quoting a movie. I'm quoting a movie. So, how famous are you guys? Talk about that movie. How famous are you? No, that's not true. You know somebody knows somebody knows somebody knows somebody knows somebody knows somebody knows anybody else in the rest of the world. And Hollywood invented a game called Six Degrees of Separation. You name your favorite actor, actress, they get it back to Kevin Bacon and six movie associations or less. I am so good at that game, getting it back to Kevin Bacon, I can get it back to you. You name your favorite actor or actress, I'll get it back to you in six movie associations. Somebody name an actor or actress. Woody Harrelson. That should be really easy. You know, Woody is from Indiana. He went to school here in Hanover, Indiana. But other than that, I don't know any direct quotation with Woody. Let me see. No, no, no. I'll figure it out here in a second. I'm just picking up stuff. You know, my brain don't work on multiple things multiple times as much as it used to. Okay. Woody Harrelson was in Woody Harrelson was in JFK with Kevin Bacon. Kevin Bacon played one of the homeless guys that supposedly was on the grassy knoll. Um, he was in A Few Good Men with Jack Nicholson. Jack Nicholson in a movie called Good as It Gets with Greg Kinnear, which also played Snake Shit, and We Were Soldiers, which was called uh, Don't Call Me Grandpa or I'll Kill You. Um, Greg Kinnear was born in Logansport, Indiana, 1963, June 17th. The reason why I know that is because I went to elementary school, was born just a city over back then, and went to elementary school with Greg Kinnear here in Logansport, Indiana. And now I'm playing with you guys. Five associations to Woody Harrelson. And I'll probably do better than that. Now, I could tell you that one time I met Arnold Schwarzenegger. I can tell you that I was walking through Atlanta airport and a guy behind me said, "What was your temperature on the airplane?" And it was 103. I thought, okay, who's going to give me a disease and kill me? And I turned around and it was the whole WWE, but the guy that was sick was um, uh, Hulk Hogan, and he was right behind me. I mean, like I literally, if I would stop, he would run into me. He was that close. So coming back from Texas, I was all cowboy hat out and long trench coat and low bed shirt and Wrangler jeans, and and people were just staring and pointing at me, and I was like, "What the hell? You guys in Atlanta never seen a cowboy hat before?" I didn't realize they were looking at the WWE behind me. Is it Monday morning? They were coming back home. They're here. What about Ben Stiller? Ben Stiller's easy. He was in the movie about Vietnam with Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise is, if you give him Jack Nicholson, Jack Nicholson as good as he gets, and now I'm here with you. And now you went to school with me. Now I'm here with you. There you go. One of '89, we had a detail in the military here in DC to be drivers for dignitaries during the inaugural week. And I wanted to volunteer, but like I told you, my wife was very pregnant at the time. They asked for volunteers. And in fact, Logan was born on January 9th, and the inaugural was like January 17th that year. So, yeah, I would have been in big trouble missing the birth of my son. So I didn't get to volunteer. But another married couple that was in the military, the Singletons, Pam had volunteered to be a driver. And for 3 days, she had Arnold Schwarzenegger. And there was like a 4 hour window where they had nothing to do. And he asked her um, what she wanted to do. And he goes, "No, it doesn't work that way. I'm supposed to be your driver. I'm supposed to do anything that is moral and legal that you request of me. I'm supposed to make it happen. So, no, we're not doing what I want." And Arnold said, "Well, you've talked about your husband. Doesn't he work over there in that Air Force base?" And he's like, "Yeah, I want to meet your husband." She goes, "We have to do what you want." And he said, "I want to meet your husband, so that's what we got to do. That's moral and legal. Let's go do it." So he came on the base, and when Mike worked right next to me, and they walked in, and Arnold stuck out his hand and said, "You have a beautiful wife." I'm like, "Oh." And then I see Pam, and I was like, "No, that's Mike." And then my wife turned around. She just got back to work from her pregnancy, and she looked over her shoulder at me like, "Who am I, child lover?" No, that was back in the good days. It was Korea that caused my divorce. And I hope you're listening, bitch. Yeah, I'm going to go to tell the whole world you can't keep your legs closed. Yeah, we had this speech the other day when I called this bill the Elvis bill because it's the king of rock and roll. Oh, not this bill. The bill I was using the other day. So, not this bill. We got no, no, just regular stuff. He he tried to give credit to Mama Cass Elliott and some of those people. It was the colonel that said, "Oh, that won't look good for a Southern boy, being a black man lover." I'm sure he used other keywords. Yeah, the colonel was good at his job for Elvis, but he was also pretty. The Tom Hanks movie that just got made about Elvis kind of depicts it. that he was. One time they asked the colonel, "Hey, you can keep that shit to yourself. If you're gonna get off, I don't need to know about that." No, don't need to know about that. I know. Jesus. You start taking me serious? Why so serious? Okay. Let me see. I got hey Akima, we got a room for you now. There's Akima. Akima on there? Oh, he's gone. Oh, they'll but oh, sure. Okay. My opinion, you shouldn't worry about a legacy or being remembered. That's vain and egotistical, and that's pride. So I feel sorry for the person that has to build their life on pride. And I say that having spent much of my life trying to, justify, oh, I've done this and I've done that. Hell, how many times have I told you stories about what I've experienced in my life? That's kind of the same thing, but kind of like Paul in the Bible. He knows what was wrong and he still did it. So if you can get to where you're not worried about a legacy or a pride, not not that you shouldn't set up a legacy or something to be remembered by and do good, and, write a book, write a bestseller, inspire other people. Those are all noble causes, and so, and it's just my humble opinion. Um, the rewards that you build up in this world and be remembered and all that stuff, those will eventually fade, no matter who you are. How many times have you walked up to my age? How many times have I walked up and say, "Hey, Richard Nixon," and somebody goes, "Who's that?" You know, famous people fade, as generations go by. Um, but the things you build up in doing the right thing when it's not easy, and the rewards you build up in the heaven, um, those go, those are eternal. That's my belief. Oh, we got booze in here. Now, with that said, what I'm trying to say is that the things you do that you get rewarded in this lifetime, according to the Bible, that 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 does not build up grace in heaven. You get your reward here. If you get paid for doing something, or you get, oh, you're great, because you donated $100 million, Bill Gates. That's great. You get all the power and all the prestige in this lifetime. That doesn't build up treasures in heaven. And some people will say that there isn't, but the Bible clearly says that there are rewards in heaven. Not everybody is going to have the same benefits, I guess. I don't know, because there's nobody that's been to heaven that came back and said, hey, heaven's like this. Apparently, according to the Bible, there was one or two that's been to hell and said, hey, tell my brother not to come here. This really sucks. Um, so, talking about that, I want to. I want you to look at your map. Pull up your map, everyone. And when you're looking at the map, put the Capitol building at the bottom of your map. So you're looking up the mall. Do you know the city of Washington, D.C. was built by a Christian, and it is a display for Christianity? So they can say separation of church and state all they want, but there's a cross in the middle of here. If you look at the Washington Monument and you come all the way south through the Washington Monument, or from the Lincoln Memorial to the Washington Monument to the Capitol building, make the upright part of the cross. And the White House to the Washington Monument to the Jefferson Memorial make the side part of the cross. The city is laid out over a cross. You see it? So Constitutional Avenue is the right side of the cross, all the way down, and then the front of 17th Street and 15th Street make the side part of the cross. Yeah, the city's laid out as a Christian city, so they can say all that they want to. That's the fact. It was made by Christian people. Not saying that we should, the separation of church and state was meant that the president was not in charge of the church. That's all it meant. In, in the England at the time, the king was in charge of the Church of England, and he was also in charge of the government. That's what church separation of church and state meant. Not that we can't have religion in school, that we can't say prayers in school. That was not part of the Constitution. That is not what the founding fathers wanted. Quite the opposite. The most thing that's quoted in the Constitution and Bill of Rights is the Bible. And again, I'm not trying to push religion on any of you. I'm just stating facts. Okay, okay, the original Constitution, right, or satellites or airplanes, that wasn't invented, but it did say, and Jefferson said in his personal writing, the militia should always come first, meaning the militia, meaning us, the people. We should be armed because as soon as we're not armed, our government can be tyranny. And the whole thing of the revolution was anti-tyranny. So when the federal government comes to confiscate you or move you off your land, you can arm yourself as a military force and say, you do not exist anymore. We are the government, not you. That's why. But I agree with you. Here, even though I'm staunch on the Second Amendment, and I don't want to take anybody's gun, but we do need to talk about why in this country we have such a devalued life that we get pissed off and we take a gun and start killing. In Switzerland, the government makes you do federal service, and every federal servant gets issued a state bought weapon. And I'm not talking handgun. I'm talking M1 Garand. I'm talking sniper rifles. I'm talking AK-47, and they have zero school shootings. People don't go to work and shoot each other in Switzerland, but everybody's armed. Like like our fellow, and look at here's the thing. Look at cities like DC, Chicago. They have very strict gun laws. They have, even with a permit, hell, being in correctional officer, I cannot take a gun. I cannot have a gun with me in the city of Chicago, or I could be arrested, even with a concealed carry. That's what I'm getting to. Right. You go to Texas, you have very little gun violence. For as big as Texas is, and as much population as you have very little. Like in that Walmart shooting, that guy was starting to shoot people in Walmart. It took three people to go, fuck no. They pulled out their weapon and they went and hunted the guy down and said, you're not going to shoot another fucking person. Boom, you're done. There's no value for life. Exactly. So go ahead. Sorry, I walked all over you. So so And this is related. Who's the greatest guitar player of all time? Who but for most okay, Jimi Hendrix, right. Jimi Hendrix is on most lists as the best guitar player of all times. You know, Jimi Hendrix told somebody else he was, better than him? His name was Katz. He was the lead guitarist for the group Chicago, and he was a big gun advocate, and he was drunk and high at a party, and he was and the roadie was like, "Dude, you're kinda scaring me with your gunplay," and he goes, "Hey, this is a revolver," showed it, emptied it, said, "See?" And then he took out his brand new 9 millimeter and went, pulled the clip out and said, "See, I can't shoot myself." And he put up to his head and pulled the trigger. He had one in the chamber, blew his brains out. Greatest guitar ever. If you guys fast travel on me, oh, okay. Yeah, but guns ain't clearly the problem because there's other countries, especially like the Switzerland, Finland, those countries, they issue Austria, they issue guns to everybody, and they shoot nobody. Right. It's the devaluation. It's the hey, okay. If you don't know, I'm a correctional officer for you. I deal with this every day. That fucker disrespected me, I'll punch him in the face. And if we were on the street, that kid would have shot somebody because he got disrespected. Right. And back in the day, you could do that. Well, how's the best way you got the bully to quit bullying you? You broke his fucking nose. And guess what? I've seen this a million times. Back in the day, I seen it with my girlfriend's kids, and when you did that, it wasn't surprising to see the bully and the guy that finally stood up to the bully to be the best friends after that. But what did Mike Tyson say? Everybody's the champion till they get popped in the mouth or something like that. Yeah, I wish I knew the exact quote. Um, and I've lived a very, very wonderful life. I used to get picked on being an only child and kind of smaller in middle school. And my dad, I think my mom convinced my dad to look into toughen me up or something. And anyway, we started taking Surinru here in Indiana. Well, to, to tell you who Surinru is, my sensei is Super Phone Wallace. If you don't know who that was, he's the one that found he was Elvis's coach. He was middleweight first heavyweight middleweight champion at full contact. He was one of the few that went through a pro um, karate lifetime undefeated, and that's kind of impossible to do. Like you get hit with a spinning back, you're going to get either knocked out or at least knocked down. It's going to happen. I don't care who you are. Anyway, when I was in when I was in martial arts, I learned, some things, and I got to get a little tougher, and I finally stood up to the bully, and it worked. But we went to only our sensei taught us self-defense. He didn't teach us point karate. He didn't take us to tournaments, but there was a clamor for it, and we finally went to a tournament and as a group. And we went to this tournament. It was called the Midwest Regionals in Anderson, Indiana. And on the cover was a 12-year-old named Rick the Jet Rufus. Being 12-year-old, I ended up drawing him the third round because I had won my first two rounds. One because the first kid didn't even know how to fight, and the second girl, she was a badass black girl from Indianapolis, but she kicked me in the nuts and got disqualified. So I won that match on default. So if you look up Rick the Jet Rufus, he became middleweight champion of the world when he was in his 20s. His dad was a champion or trainer of champions. And I never knew that until I was bragging one day that, hey, I got 1 point off Rick the Jet Rufus. We were both 12. And then he fucking annihilated me. But I got my first point. I got first point off Rick the Jet Rufus back in the day. Believe it or not, don't care if you believe it or not, it is the truth. Okay? And at the time, my sensei made me run Anakukata, which was the kata that you had to do to get yellow belt. And he made me in the concert the thing do Anakukata. And when we were when we were done, he promoted me on the spot. And I never realized until I told somebody to look it up on the internet who Rick the Jet Rufus was, and they did. And they were like, "Oh, his dad trained like this guy and that guy and this guy." And I was like, "Holy shit!" Now I know why my sensei was so excited that I got a point off Rick Jet Rufus because his dad was a super trainer, and his student had got 1 point off of his star, so it made my sensei look good. And that's probably why he promoted me right there in the spot. So technically, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah. Uh, See, that's the problem. We get done these last few. It's kind of hard. I know which one you probably don't have. Maybe this one. Yeah, you guys can kill stuff until I find one, and then I'll call you over. How close are we getting to get all your? What's the lantern count for you guys? So you're missing seven, and you're missing two. All right, I don't know why. So if somebody can do me a favor, invite Booze to our chat. We'll see how many Booze has if he's got them all. Wait, they're on me. Fast travel. Hold on, I can't hear you very well over the gunfire. Oh, you already got this going. What do you mean? Booze. How many lanterns have you had? Booze. How many lanterns have you had? No, look at your yes. Okay, go to your world, put it on normal, and invite all of us over there. Booze. Leave the party, invite us to your world. He's gonna invite us to his world and yeah, put it on normal. Be nice. Okay, now invite the group to your world. Now you go to your group chat and invite everybody to the game. There you no, that's the party. Okay, press your inventory or press your Jesus button, your God button. Go all the way over to where it says people on your Xbox or, parties and chats. Go down to highlight the party that shows 4 people in it. Press A, and at the top there, at the top of our name says invite everybody to the game. There you go. Yes, leadership, that would be nice. Yeah, it would be nice. Okay, we got one right off the bat. Okay, everybody can, uh oh, no, you already had that one. You did already have that one. Who we missing? Who's not yeah, let me there we go. Now we got everybody in here. Yeah, I got that one. You guys can just kill stuff until I find one, and then I'll call you over. I got, cats that swim by on me. Okay, if you guys fast travel on me, I got one back here. Waiting for a squishy. Oh, there you go. Okay, we finally got one. Awesome. Now you just gotta worry about keys. Didn't see the all clear. Did we kill them all? I didn't see it. Most likely one ran off. Yeah, the fog didn't help, that's for sure. So how many lanterns do you have? You got them all, right? So when you open your keys, use your button as fast as you can, and it tends to give you more exotics and a higher chance of protocol. At least that's my theory behind it. If everybody else okay, I appreciate it. Anytime. Hopefully you watch, the videos, throw a video on before you go to work and let it play. I really appreciate that. That is awesome. Awesome. Ooze and squishy. You coming? I gotta go underground, so you gotta fast travel on me. Yeah, but he has it. It's gonna count for you. So before you do this, look at your lanterns. Your how many lanterns you have. Now watch. Now how many you have? See? Even though you already had that one when we went here through before, because we're doing it on his. So if we got somebody in here that had none of them, we would do exactly. And we don't have right, and we don't have to figure out which ones you still need and which ones you don't. We can get that. That's good if you know which ones you didn't yet. Yeah, have you looked at my video boost that shows you where all the things are on the map? My video? Yeah, you there? Hold on. Let me put an ad back over here. Achievement accommodation. Well, you get that from the well, that's kind of a rare drop, but get about maybe 100 keys, you might have a chance at it. Ooh, how many years have I been doing this with you? You make a list of everything that you need to be expertise that is not expertise. Every weapon, every skill, every specialty weapon, every gear, and if it is not prestige enough, you either donate resources to it, or donate a name to it, or you use it until it's proficient. I've told you that for years now, buddy. I know, and you've played more hours in this game than I have. are you looking for? Okay, so you have to give you a loading screen to see that. So that means you have to sign out and sign back in. I know you have. Well, the way I look at it, it's great to buy things in the game, and I do that. I spend money, which I probably shouldn't have this game. But, it's good to put money into the game because then the game stays alive and they're making money and it's business for them. So when they quit making money from things, they're going to quit making the game or supporting the game. So yeah, it's always good to support the game if you can afford it. You know, say what? Yeah, like I wouldn't buy keys right now. I got them spotted on top of me. Hey, there's the fox running. Foxes. Oh shit! One down. Oh, that's my thing, man. We played too many times over all these years. You're starting to quote. Use the same quotes as me. Next, you'll be saying they're dead, dead. And okay. Oh, they're still back there. They ain't fixed that. Yeah. Yippers, yippers. Oh, I do not want to be in this. Okay, stick with me. So you probably missed this area right here, Booze. It took me a while to find that myself. Ooh, there we go. That's what we wanted. Hey, Squid. Hey, pretty good. Let me see. How many landers have you opened? There he is. Come over here and open this one. Okay. So we're going to go to West Potomac Park and kill these guys. Yep. And then we're going to go to your world and you're going to put it on normal and then we'll go hunt more keys. Never seen that helping hand symbol before. That's weird. Okay, you're up, squad. So go leave the group. Now go ahead. Once you're in there, set it to normal, and then invite us. So what? The lanterns is for an accommodation. You get all 40 of the lanterns, you get accommodation. And the keys, so each, okay, so farming keys right now is still good because you can get prototype gear out of those key boxes, and you can also get exotic so you can break down, which you'll need to upgrade your stuff. So, okay, yep. When is the last time you did that? Okay, okay, okay. So you say you got all the keys? You only got 5 keys. Okay. Right. So what's your prestige at yeah, your prestige level? Okay, so go to your I would assume it's 0. Let me inspect you real quick. Um, are we not in the same world? Did you guys all leave? Am I not in your world? Send me another invite. There you go. Much better. Okay, fast travel on me. Hold on, hold on. Wait till he gets cold. Okay, now you can open it. Yes, unlocking them spawns them out. Yes. Okay. Yes. Yes. It's it unlocks them on the whole account. So if you got more, well, wait a minute. Did I have to do this on each one? I think it's on the whole account, but yeah, that's where the where's the effort. May be able to do that. I've been doing this so many days now. By the way, we're live on YouTube and we're live on Twitch. On YouTube, I'm Bear with Bear Myers, and I made a beautiful map of where all these are for Xbox. You can look into them. So if you don't get it completed, or you can do it on your other account, you really should look up my channel. And if I've helped you out, hopefully you'll subscribe to my channel and help me get monetized by watching videos, and hopefully maybe you learn something. Okay, here's one. So everybody fast travel. So Quincy, you ought to be getting close to being completed by now. Who's you coming? Mr. Booze. Yeah, I didn't call you out. I figured it was going slow for you. Booze, we're waiting on you. Okay, West Potomac Park. So what's the count on your Squishy? I need to keep better track. How much? You're done? Awesome. Another satisfied customer. So we're here. Where's everybody at? There's him. Squishy, it's been a while. Okay, he'll get the next one. All right, he's got them all. So he just needs to be there to spawn. No, I don't have anybody on the waiting list yet. You're good. You can keep coming getting keys with us if you want to. Never have enough of keys. Oh, here's the, Ronin. And they've been doing like, probably another wave, maybe. Okay, you guys can spawn on me. Booze. There's booze. Yep, you got it. Back to Potomac Park. You're welcome to join us anytime, buddy. Thanks for supporting us. I'm at the next one. Come outside. No, this is his map. You've already got this one, but it'll count. That's why you go to somebody that doesn't have the stuff done. So if you're down to like a 2 or 3 instead of trying to figure out which one of the 40 you missed, you can get on somebody that doesn't have any and do it on their world, and you get credit for everything they open, even if you've opened that lantern on your world. You get credit. Like, Bose has actually opened that one now 3 times on. Well, that I feel content creators ought to, be experts in the game or, know as much, but nobody knows everything about the game, obviously, or you don't follow that one guy, right? A a lot of people leave but uh, I've had so many people are like, "Barry, you're still playing?" I'm like, "Yeah, still here, still holding down the fort." Say what? Yeah, 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 I literally have everything in some form in the game or have had it, some of the basic stuff 511 gear I trash. Yes, I think so. Okay, next key. Being a dollar short, booze. We've already moved on from there. Where? Well, you sure they're not rowing? Are they rowing or actually rogue agents? Okay. Okay, I'm at the next one. Fast travel on me, please. There he is. What the hell? Huh. Okay, fast travel on me. Okay, you fast travel on me? Yeah, I'm doing everything in the West End now. But, check this one in Foggy Bottom, and I think we'll have Foggy Bottom cleared out for you. So, have you pulled up my YouTube account? Awesome. Check out the video that I made just a few days ago or yesterday, the day before on lantern locations. That's basically what I'm using. And then pause it when it comes to the map at the beginning. Almost there. Yep, you need this. So fast travel. Now we got foggy bottom done. Hold on, Bruce. Yeah. Yep. We got all the ones in foggy bottom. We got one more in West Potomac Park to see if you have or to complain. The one up in, you got to kind of run up there. There's no real fast travel place up there. A few days to find them all. I found them all by sound. The one that when you first joined in, when we were inside the contamination area, that was the hardest one for me to find because I couldn't figure out how to get in there. I missed going up the yellow stuff. 7 years because I did it one step at a time. I didn't find it, I made it. It's 100% engineered. What you doing? You got a cat's eye to clean up over here. Hope you were close enough to get the key, 'cause it's an automatic key drop. The other one's over here. Awesome. What's going on with the booze again? Yeah, we've already that one. Yeah, I already checked that. I seen that you had it. It's my favorite hunter to do, the one with the lion eyes. I love that one. Yeah, where you move the statues and stuff. I think that's the coolest one they made. Not the coolest mask, but the coolest one to do. Yeah, you've not done any of the hunters? Who's fast travel on me? Come on, Booze, fast travel, please. No, he was running. He's got worldwide real life situation. So we got everything in West Potomac, we got everything in Foggy Bottom, we got everything in West Bend. Yeah, what were you how are you doing on your lanterns? Did we get them all for you? Awesome. Make sure you go in and claim your accommodation. So you're welcome. Uh-huh. Not exactly, but it does keep your current talent. So if you take Heartbreaker and you make it a red Heartbreaker or whatever, it'll keep it as a red. But if you find it naturally, it will always be a blue. You can never make it red until they change it where you can um, optimize it. And that's probably going to be a while until they let us optimize the prototype gear. I bet probably around Christmas, probably they'll let us. Maybe sooner, but I wouldn't count on it till maybe Christmas. Probably, probably. Yeah, you can get that from Cassie Mendoza. Cassie Mendoza is going to sell it. Yeah, as long as you have your all your hunters done, and you said you did, you should be able to get it from Cassie Mendoza. Yeah. Okay, one is a DC exclusive, one's a New York exclusive, and the other one's a Brooklyn exclusive. I can so we can figure it out in a second. Uh, yeah, Tinker, Calluses. Uh, I would have to look through my notes. I don't have that part memorized. I just know I got every exotic and I've done every master thing and the Regulus for the raid. You could probably craft those. Yes. and you can do it over and over again if you get all the pieces. Yeah, yeah. So that's why I preach to have multiple characters, all 4 characters, so you can run your events each week, and you can put that on one character the other character doesn't recognize as long as it's not on that character or in your stash, because your stash is on basically in every account. So as long as you put it on a character and then go to a different character, it won't be in your stash and it won't be on that character. You can refarm that. You can refarm the Chatterbox, Liberty, the Nemesis, the Western Holster, and the Ridgeway's Pride. Yeah, stash or on that character. Yes. No. You can put it in your stash, go to a different character, pick that liberty up and have it stay with that character while you're working on your other characters getting it. Uh, let's see, where are we? We are listen. Yep. No, no, you can hear them. You get close enough, you can hear them. That made it a lot easier than some of the other puzzles. There are puzzles that they've made from day one that nobody has yet solved. There are puzzles in this game that has never been solved. No, I mean by nobody. The devs claim that they've made stuff that nobody has figured out yet. There are people that nope. So, there's a few that they give hints to, but sometimes they don't. If you figure it out, you figure it out. If you don't, you don't. Oops, I went the wrong way. So the original hunters, nobody told them how to do it. There are people that figured it out. Ah, shit! I just healed up, dude. Leave me the hell alone. Okay, so there are pictures in the map close to where the hunters start that are coded. They have coding on them. They have like writing on the picture, and you have to decode that picture, and it basically tells you how to start the hunter. There was a group of people that figured that out while it was still in beta. The beta was 3 weeks long, and they figured that shit out in less than 3 weeks. And by the time the game rolled out, they were already making YouTube and Discord accounts and on the internet. Hey, this is how you get the hunters to spawn. And then people like me, would take that information. We made it in YouTube videos because people find YouTube videos quicker than they find, say, Reddit or some of the other stuff. Um, they kinda did that with some of the stuff like the Lexington and the Turmoil knee pads. Turmoil knee pads have first appeared for April Fools because at first, it looked like it was an April Fools. "Oh, you gonna negate half of my damage and just give it to a random guy? Oh, I don't want that." But it was amplified damage, and once I figured out how to use them right, it was no April Fool's joke. During that April Fools, we also got, exotics to drop, but they were called the Beagle Bear and the Little Horn and stuff like that. Oh, shit. You weren't here and I hit that. Nah, you usually gotta be a lot closer than that. That's my bad. If nothing else, I can log on to my grandson's account that's over there on the other Xbox, and we can get you one if we're missing a few. We can get it that way. Uh, but what I'm saying is I know how to fix it if I did make a mistake. So we got that. I think that does it for Downtown West. Well, again, it all depends. PvP is much more concerned with your play style because I can give you a PvP that I'm good at, or I feel that I do well, decent enough. But I'm not the PvP guy. If you want PvP builds, look up Kamikaze Von Doom, look up um, uh, Butcher, um, Thaddeus, Thaddeus Badger, or something like that. He plays exclusively Dark Zone and Conflict. Rogue Gold is a PvP player, but he covers the whole game. Um, there are people that are very niche, kind of, the kind of like Kamikaze does a lot of conflict. That's where he tests out a lot of his builds, things like that. So if you fast travel on me, I got one right here. Oh, you're over here? Yeah. This one wasn't as easy to find. I ran around the room a few times going, I hear it. I didn't even think about it being downstairs. So that's the hard ones. The ones that's underground. There's another one coming up that we're going to get over here in the White House. So you have to go down in the tunnels. That that's sometimes. Yeah, I like that. I like that in Assassin's Creed, where you could upgrade your map and get better stuff, and kind of send your cronies to go do things. And well, my first love is Star Wars and Star Wars Galaxies back in the turn of the millennium was my go-to game, and I probably would have been a big, huge YouTuber if I would have known how to make videos back in the day. So cool. That that's that's actually why I'm not working this week. I took the May the 4th with you, because we had to project when we wanted to take leave. Um, and I said, well, maybe I'll go to LA this year and go to Black Fire Outpost in California, which I really should have done. I really should have taken this week because I've been writing scripts since I was in high school. So I've been writing scripts for 50 years, 40 years, 45 years, but I've never had anything published. And I have a real cool animated movie that I know if I get in the hands, I've written an Indiana Jones script. I wrote a whole series outlines for a Star Wars like old high the old Republic, a little bit past the old Republic, more about the Sentinels. I wrote a backstory for um, uh, Blaine. Anyway, I got a lot of that stuff. And if I just get a meeting with Dave Filoni, I guarantee I'll be working somewhere in the Disney world. I guarantee I'd be a writer if I just can get Dave to give me dinner. Set a dinner. He's going to say, "I like you. You can be on my staff. I'll pay you, $50,000 to write scripts or something, or help me." Because I'm of the same mentality, and I got a lot of lore. And I really don't feel comfortable not if I don't have Lucas or Filoni kind of saying, "Yeah, that's not what Lucas is thinking." I don't want to. I don't want to write. A Jade Mayer, married to Luke, and then Lucas hated. Did I get myself off? I did. I'm supposed to be up there. We got that. We got to get the one in the tunnel. That's what we need. Okay, that sounds good. I probably need to do the same thing myself, so it'd be a good time to take a break. And like I say, did you find my map on that video? So if nothing else, you can really use that and get there if you have any questions. And you see me on and say, "Hey, where's number 22?" I tried to find it, and I'll say, "Oh, that's you got to go down in the left tunnel, and you got to do this, you got to do that." I figured where it had to be, and I knew I could hear the sound up above it, and I knew it had to be in the sub basement. And then when I got down here, I heard it like you hear it right now. I just kept running around here until I found a place to get in to find it. Yes, it's accommodation. Okay. Right. Like a perfect run. The raids, both raids have um, a perfect achievement. So the Dark Hours raid, the Iron Horse raid, the Incursion. I don't know. I don't think the Legendaries did. Yeah. Now you got to start all over again to get that achievement. You have to start from the very beginning and do it all over again without going down, without, whatever that requirement is. Oh, and why didn't I just fast travel? Why am I climbing out of here? So, how many lanterns do you have right now? You're halfway there. Just remember, you have about 48 hours or about 100 hours to get that done. So, as long as you get it done sometime this weekend or Monday, awesome. If you want. No. The bounty is usually either propaganda or the hostage rescue, I think. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to go to the White House. I'm going to finish up the stream with opening 63 keys today. Hopefully, we get 21 exotics is the goal, so we can finish up our item we're working on to get up to level 30. First up is a handbasket. Huntsman, Lexington, Investigator, Handbasket, Skilled Splinter, Hunter Killer, Harvest, Caretaker, Turmoil, Hunter Killer, First Bloom, Festive Delivery, Caretaker, Chatterbox, Oh, Carol. Liberty. Investor. Shield Splinter. Harvest. Turmoil. The Slayer. The Huntsman. First Bloom. Rejoice Pride. Hunter Killer. Investor. Turmoil. Harvest. Shield Splinter. Investor. Investor. Slingshot. Nemesis. Nemesis. Quickstep. Investor. Nemesis. A Gator. A Gator. Handbasket. Oh, Carol. Last 10. Harvest. Handbasket. First Bloom. Lexington. God says a holster. Huntsman. And Liberty. So we got about 15 or 16 exotics. No prototypes. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 17, 17 exotics. So that gets us close to. Okay. Okay. The new core strength. The new gear set. So what it does is it goes off of if your core item is say blue, that means you're also getting skill 40% of what the skill would be, skill efficiency, and 40% of the weapon damage. Unless it's you have the chest piece, then you're getting 75%. So if you build an all skill build, you're also getting 75% of what would be a damage build and a tank build. So it's very conducive to making a skill build that can survive, a all red build that can still have fairly decent armor, stuff like that. Okay. Yeah, you'd want to throw all red on there, maybe one blue just to make it crazy, to give you a lot more armor, especially if that was prototyped and it was up 255k armor, maxed out armor for a protocol is 255. Maxed out for armor for a regular item is 170. Plus, you get 30% bonus armor for a 30% prestige item. So you get that. So you're talking about your prestige? Yeah. Okay. So if you come in here to your tinkering station and you go, that whole category is called expertise. You're proficient at each item. You have an expertise level is your proficiency. So when you come in here to your tinkering station and you pull your item up, like I don't know if you're watching my stream, but if you watch the stream, I can show you a lot easier. And there are 472 things that you can max out, you can get proficient at. Okay. And I definitely need to take the time to do a master class on proficiency tonight. So you have skills. You have sticky bombs. There's three different sticky bombs. There's three different traps. There's one decoy, five hives, four turrets, five pulses, four chem launchers, three fireflies, four seekers, two smart covers, um, ballistic shields, and five drones. Yes, as you as you use the skills and use the equipment and use the weapons, you become proficient at it. So using different builds, that's the whole thing of why they created the system. It makes people play with the stuff they normally wouldn't play with to get proficient at it. The other way is so when you look at your proficient, you come in here and you look at your expertise, and let's look at SMG's the test subject. Okay. When you go down to test subject, was test subject AR? Yes, the test subject is an AR. So go to ARs, go to test subject. Once it's highlighted, press A, like you're on to upgrade it. What level are you at with your test subject? Okay. Um, Let me see what the other one is. I know there's another one here. Great grown. Great grown is a shotgun, or is great grown is an SMG. So look up great grown. What level of great grown are you at? Okay. So say you weren't here at the vendor, they're selling test subjects and great drones. So if you didn't have that maxed out, if you buy one and you donate it, you use that item to upgrade, that will improve it one half level. So to go from 0 to 10 would take 20. 20 named items donated, and there's a certain way on there. Don't donate your trash or your junk. It's use this to basically upgrade it. Takes 20. Anything else like a normal thing, it takes 10 per level. So 10 times 10 would be 100. So if you had 100, say D50s, you could take those 100 D50s and donate them all to D50, and you would be 0 to proficient automatically. So then the other thing is when you break stuff down and you get resources from it, you can donate resources. But I would use that on stuff like the skills that you never use or it's hard to upgrade. For example, smart cover. Who uses smart cover? There's a lot of times we should, but who uses smart cover? So there's two of those to use. A lot of people don't use their shock traps or their traps. That would be a way to use it. Everything else has its niche value. Some of the shields people don't use, like the striker shield or the deflector shield. So that's kind of how it goes. Kind of. Oh, and I forgot what I was going to do. Just piece, maybe. Yeah. You're more welcome anytime, and thanks for subscribing to my channel and following Bear Essential with Bear Buyers. And if you ever run into anything and maybe you don't catch me on, just get on one of the videos and just make a comment. Hey, Bear, I'm having trouble with this, or I don't know how this works, or do you know how this is? And if I don't know the answer, I will definitely find the answer. Because if you ask the question, there's other people that have that same question. That would make a great thing to make a video to tell other people that don't know me to look up the question. Meaning that, yeah, I said that earlier, and somebody said, "Well, I'd rather you just tell me than make a video about it or tell me to watch the video." I was like, "That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that it would make a good video for other people other than you because they probably have the same question." Hey, we'll see you next time. Okay, bye. He called it a day before those were done, but we got a two or three guys that got all the lanterns completed today. Yeah, you're playing with the what prototype? Okay. Two more. The hell? Oh, doing knee pads this way. Holster? Yeah, holster. Okay. Well, Hey, how you doing? You're live on Twitch and YouTube right now? Yeah, you are. No, you are because I am broadcasting on Twitch and YouTube. I'm telling you, you're on YouTube. You are right now. You may not have a subscription to either one of those or even partake, but you're being recorded on Twitch and YouTube as we speak. That wasn't a bad thing. So Carbine 7 with Spike, no. Black Talent, no. Steam, maybe. Blossom, no. Then no, no. AKM, maybe. No. But yeah, we're going. There's someone. Awesome. That's the one I need. And I need to go over here. Okay, so prototype. Yes. I need a prototype here. Is something I can break down. Uh, yeah, it's ready to eat. I have one all as well. I won't break on the bell ringer. There we go. Now we can do that. So prototype. Let's see where we are today. We need marksmanship rifles, Overlord's armament, American History Bank, and Space Administration. Bank is Patriot Gear. Space Administration is Providence and Raldi's Holdings. Okay, so what did I want to do? Yeah, I like that. Hey, how you doing? Got a grape. How you doing? Everybody doing okay? You're live on YouTube. You're live on Twitch. Bear Buyers on Twitch. Bear Essentials with Bear Buyers on YouTube. See if we can get you guys a bunch of purples and gals, people. Oh, I found it. Here it is. Why is who going backwards? Yeah, I seen that. He's moonwalking. Michael Jackson. Damn snipers kill me. Yeah, that cost me. Oh, it might work. I can try I can try to yeah. Oh, shit. Yeah, yeah. GG's. Who that? Well, it's 'cause, yeah, it's just 'cause of LMG. Yeah, sure. Well, that depends on your money. If you got money that, concern, you're a good gamer, I would go with the Elite. But if you on a budget, I would go with the regular because 'cause you're a great gamer and you can make a regular controller pretty damn good. Yeah, remember, you got till next weekend, so you got 10 days before we're gonna do that. Yeah, and you need to send me, like, a message or something of what builds you want me to have the people ready for running all these people through Paradise. We're just trying to get them to get regular runs. If they get flawless, great. But yeah, we can tell them. You give me enough information, I can tell them, hey, you need this for flawless, you need this for whatever, and have that prepared. I get it. Right. So let's see what protocol gear I got with running with these guys. The what? Uh-huh. I don't care. Uh-huh. Well, I tell you what, we're going to get a lot of people that don't have the best builds that come wanting to get further. The people that can usually do the best builds usually have already done it, I would assume. That's how it is. I mean, I run content and this stuff all the time with people, you know, anywhere from 100 to under 1,000 all day, and most of them can hold their own, especially with a good coach like yourself. You are a great coach. Quit saying otherwise. I watched you coach people that were almost uncoachable through that paradise. I witnessed that, so you can say otherwise, but you right. And there's the Wolf Man. Well, I think I kind of screwed up my build. Note to self: do not run a pestilence with ongoing directive. Here's why: you kill your shit with pestilence, it don't count given hollow points. So I was killing so much stuff with the pestilence that I was never giving hollow points out. Why is that? Pestilence and ongoing directive. I've never been a PvP fan. Just I don't. I'm too old for the toxicity. I Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, I don't like that. Not my cup of tea. Hey, let's jump over on our own chat, and that way I'm not disturbing their chat. Hey, no, I just I know him, and he can get pretty colorful, so I don't want to offend anybody. So, I'm a correctional officer for youth, so I hear that shit every day. Um, Hey, seriously, you guys can add me as a friend if you want. If you need anything in the game, I'm willing to help. I've been running a lot of people through keys. I took about a half a day just to make a map for Xbox players of where every location of the lanterns are for this weekend before it gets gone. So, um, and if you have any questions for me or something, if I can't find the if I don't know the answer, I will find the answer for you and send it back to you. So you have a great night. Thanks. No, Jiggy, I was just randos, and I was just doing my, advertising my website before I left. So, well, see Kyle. Yeah, maybe because nobody likes white people or white controllers. I don't know. Is that an anger issue? Okay, okay. Uh-huh. Okay. What do you do instead of the St. Elmo's? The the Ouroboros? Right. Okay. What do you mean? Well, I don't know how many will sign up. Maybe none. Maybe 4 or 5, uh, 10 or 15, hopefully. I basically next Saturday, not this Saturday, next Saturday, I will dedicate myself to doing nothing but helping you with Paradise and getting to try to encourage people to do that. Yeah, well, if that happens, that's great. Just just streaming's good right now, just, because I got members, and those will come naturally. I just need the watch time, and doing these long, streams is getting me 20 and 30 and 40 hours a week or day, I mean, so, yeah. Okay. Okay. So, how much time does it usually take to get a newbie through there? So we can, like, I can make a schedule, like hour time slot, 2 hour time slots, and then have people like, okay, be ready at this time. We may get done at this time. Okay. Okay. Uh-huh. Hey, well, we still got a spot open here on Manning Zoo. Okay. Well, what do you have planned? Not this weekend, but next weekend. Honolulu? Okay. We're trying to plan a Paradise Lost weekend run. Okay. So we can chalk you in kind of Sunday, maybe. Sounds good. Didn't you get your completion and your Ouroboros with Jiggy before what Rise? Yeah. Yeah, that's what we were going on when you joined us talking about kind of builds. Oh, I got a grape. I see grape. Uh, yeah, we know we know you know your shit. Yeah, we're doing excursion. I said I got a grape. Well, when I seen this month's um, challenges, I was like, yeah, Jiggy needs to come out of retirement because there's Paradise Lost, one of the achievements. Ooh, number 3. It was about last April or May when we got the Ouroboros for me. About right. Maybe even March. Sometime in that time frame was when I was playing. I could look at my video and tell you exactly when it was, right? It's been looking at that. Unless it was during Christmas. I was thinking it was last spring that we got the Ouroboros and was running those. Yeah, I'm satisfied already. I got 3 grapes and we got ways to go still. So, so Wolf, how did you like my map? I thought it was a neat touch putting the little lanterns on there and sure. Yeah, I'm not going to accuse you of cheating. Keyboard is a keyboard. That's not cheating. Now, if you start adding a computer on there and programs and stuff like, yeah, that would be like saying that would that would be like saying running with my Wolverine or my Ultra controller, it'd be cheating because it's got paddles and programmable, even though I don't program it. It's kind of a waste, I guess. It is weird that one color is a lot more expensive than the other. Well, it's been a real good run for me. I got what, 4 or 5 rooms left still? Or number 5, it's a record. Holy shit. Number 6. Yeah. Oh, and that was a Wyvern. What's the most you've ever gotten in that incursion? What level? This is only a 2? Yes, it was. You can ring my bell, ring my bell. Oh man, thank God there was no purple. So look at that dude, 116 kills. 87. You did more than me, and you came in late. The pestilence doesn't. It doesn't like instantly kill a lot of people. It's all about the support. That's what that is. Support build. Well, I'm trying to give you guys hollow points. I got to get enough kills to give you hollow points so you can lead stuff yourself. Oh, I was going to look at what I got. Let's see. I got a urban outlook. Yeah, those skills are so low. It's going to go trash. I got a chest piece with braced 14% damage, skill damage, but still. Nope. Uh huh. That sounds pretty damn good. There you go. There you go. Yeah, overclock, not so much on Urban Outlook, which is not a great set. That's breaking it down. Go ahead and take that down. Okay, so back to DC we go. kind of one more day. I'm going to take Friday and Saturday off as vacation as well because that celebration of life for my uncle. But I will, even though I'm technically scheduled for Sunday to be on vacation, I don't really want to burn the last few hours I have of my vacation on the last day. So I'm just gonna. I was gonna come back all weekend, but once Uncle Fred's thing was, and it's like 3 hours south, so me and Dad will go leave here about 8 o'clock Saturday morning. I'm thinking about I'm thinking about making. I'm going to test it out tomorrow if I do make it. So I'm going to take Chesapeake, the breads from the biscuits from Red Lobster, and we'll make it like flatten it out like a thin roll. Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna flatten it out like a roll, and then I'm gonna put clam chowder, shrimp, seafood, Old Bay seasoning, little other seasoning that I want to add, and then I'm gonna make a roll out of it, like a sushi roll, and then cut it. So instead of being a thing, it's going to be the breading, and I'm going to see if that'll actually work. And then, and I guess I could probably serve that cold. Just kind of see. I'm going to put like mayo or something that'll could get somebody sick. I will have to put a sign on it. It is seafood, so if there's a seafood allergy, they go in anaphylactic shock and we have an actual death at a yeah at a don't need another death at a week. The sad thing is, my best friend growing up, his mom's celebration of life is Saturday as well here, and make sure. But family more important, I guess. They're both kind of like family, but one's really family, and I guess married in family. But definitely one of my favorite uncles on my dad's side, for sure. I mean, I was playing his Apple computer. It wasn't even the Apple IIe, or it literally had a wooden box. It was he, probably one of the first few hundred ever made. I think he actually bought it uh, through a magazine article, and it was shipped from Wozniak's garage. If we only would have, if they would only still have that computer, it would be. Oh my lord! But we were playing a stupid game called Star Trek, and you had to literally if, uh, you shoot the photon torpedo, you had to put in mathematical uh, direction to the K. So the E was the Enterprise, the K was the Cleons. You would teleport into the thing, and then you would put your math in there and fire the torpedo spread, and hopefully kill all the Cleons before they kill you. And well, the little the little splats were stars, and yeah, and when we got Apple IIe's my senior year in 1983, we had Apple IIe's in the high school, and there was 12 of them, and I would do my homework on 11 on one, and on all 11 others, I had that Star Wars game playing, and I would go like Simon chess, and I would make each move on my thing, come back, do my homework, make another round, and I got caught by my uh, computer science teacher, and I didn't know it. And he got like 3 other teachers. He goes, "You gotta see what Myers is doing down here." So he told my math teacher, and then that's when my math teacher said that he was gonna put me, with some of the real smart kids in school, but, for gifted and talent, uh, he had to do, something at Ball State, because teachers, at least here in Indiana, have to have continual education, so they gotta always do stuff, and, he was doing a course at Ball State, on talent that summer, and he used me as an example, one of the kids, because he found out that there were sometimes I would have C's and D's in some grades, and some have I ever been a 4? What if I wanna do a 4. Let me go get the Alejandro. I've not successfully passed a 4 maybe, because I usually just stick with 2s. I'm just trying to grind. I'm not trying to prove that I'm Mr. 10 or nothing like that. Okay, for you, I'll try a level 3 and see if we do any good there. No, 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 I just wanna prove to myself that it's just been RNG screwing me over on the 3s. So we're doing a level 3. Oh, level 3. Oh, do we already have 4 in here? Oh, okay. We have 4 in here, so I guess I'll do a level 3. I switched to the Big Al to see how much it does better this time. My mother. He said, "Where did I come from?" I said, "My mother." Boy, that doesn't seem like that was only 2 minutes. Oh, yeah. Oh, there's a purple. There's a grape. Watch behind you, Wolf, on the stairs, trying to get him. How you doing? How you doing, Monk? All right, so yeah, look at me and not my teammates. Yeah, that's the way to do it. So is the hollow points helping, you think? Not my usual style, you know that. Yeah, I gotta show the YouTubers new builds from time to time. Urban Outlook. We're not doing Urban Outlook. What the hell? That grape I picked up is Urban Outlook. This is a Providence. So you can see the alien? No, I don't. I don't know. I was just, oh, that wasn't good. No. Come on. It's that one in the first room. Yeah, he just loves chat. Everyone good? Okay, here we go. How'd they get behind us? Good job, Bryce. Here we go again. Henry VIII, I am, I am. That's way before both of our times, and we're old. At least I am. Yeah, I always counted the military years as do-over years, so I'm only, 46? Great teamwork, guys. Well, I do see a blue, purple. So we got everything. Ooh, I got a purple Mata Yogi. I've been waiting for it. I've been waiting 8 years to get my Mata Yogi. Oh, that's I'm dead. Help! She's gonna kill me. Ooh, God. Or purple. Yeah, three of them compared to six, but at least something for once. Me too. Oh, I'm in trouble. You very, very quiet. I'm hunting rabbit. Yeah, I I got mine. I got mine. Yeah, this is Providence is the allotted loot here. Striker was last week. Let me know. Let me know when you guys are ready. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I'm not running shade calibration right now. That makes this shit a lot harder. They say it gets turned off on this, but I'm not. Same thing. I got killed by. I was AFK. Run over here to get your rank. Look at that 92 kills. Look at that rise go. I hate that thing about these elite things. Falls off, all the knobs and shit fall off. I guess it's better than breaking. What? 30 per 30 points. Holy shit. Crit chance. Your damage is low, but that crit chance is high. Did you get your lanterns? Did you get your lanterns? Did you get all your lanterns? Yeah, you. Okay. Oh, by the way, that was the manhunt event, I guess. Space Administration Headquarters on Unending Difficulty. Suggested using Southwest as his operating base, so probably take a control point. So is that your alternate account? LPS Rise, spelled with a Y. No, I'm talking about Rise the Wolf. You need be your second account. You trying to fool me. Have two counts on here. Well, I've been accused of being you. But that's just your other account. I'm like, no, it isn't. How can I be in the video? And well, I can because I've done it before. I've played on two computers at the same time. Slow. You gotta run one and run over to the other computer. Oh, he's gonna kill me. I'm dead. I'm fighting these Katsumi on heroic. I think by myself. Yeah, I am by myself. If you're hearing music, it's probably Rowan. I didn't know there was hostages. Thank God there's not friendly fire. I would have been shooting wolf there. I need to do a hyena retaliation, but I killed them all. So And a lot of people forget the memento gives you a 10% health bonus or armor bonus. It's better than Gila or some of those other that's are actually a tank build. Well, it makes good Coyote Mask is great for, team builds, yes. Memento is best for solos because if you're not getting the kills, you're not getting the trophies, it's kinda there's other things you could be wearing that will give you better. If you want exotics, what you need to do is run keys, man. I've got I got 21 earlier today, I got 16 just before you came on. That that's 37 exotic components, and that's not counting the ones I didn't break down. Hold on. Yeah, I was gonna die. On payday? Yeah, I'm dead. So let's go take let let's go take you're talking about your investor? Is that what you were talking about? No. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We got 10 different investors. Yeah, I got 3 of them that well, I got 2 of them that are red. My my red has pro armor regen and crit hit damage. So that would be a great for a armor regen build. And I have a yellow with skill damage, skill haste, but then it has crit damage. So that would be good for a anything I'm running like a capacitor with. 'Cause that would give 10% skill efficiency on top of everything else. And then I have one that's weapon damage, but it's skill damage, skill haste, and armor regen. So that one's probably going to get destroyed. This is going to get destroyed. It doesn't pass my rule of two. There's two bad things on it. It goes because it can only change one. I know you can change any on these. There will be a time. I get it. I get it all the time. So Rise doesn't sell himself as much, but the Rise of the Wolf is actually a content creator himself. He's got a few videos and they're beautiful videos, especially for new players. He takes the time to make a great video where I just crank out videos and get my shit out, and they're half not up to quality that Rise does. That's the truth. We don't play. No, I'll be up all night. I'm a night worker. Yeah, you can hang out. Ah, what level are you? Okay, so I will show you some of the tricks that I've learned that I've helped with people. So what you need to do is instead of doing this, where you need to make a lot of builds of stuff that you uh, haven't got proficient, and then run with that. Plus, you're only 220. What do you expect? You're not even 1,000. You don't even have your 1,000-watt score topped out yet. So no, you played seriously well for you. Probably one of the best I've seen at being that low with your speed watch and still being, you handled yourself very well. Say what? Yeah. Huh? So, did you get all your lanterns for this event? So, what we can do, and I'll drop everything for you. Let me empty out all my junk so I know what I'm giving you is actually you can use. Oh, oh, wait a minute. Let's throw on the heartbreaker bill just because it's safe. So, what's the most armor you ever seen on a character? What the hell? What? Oh, two 2.7. You haven't seen nothing yet. So go ahead and go to your world. So that what you do is you just leave the group or it'll take you to your world. Set your world to normal for this event, and I will. Yeah, go ahead and invite me in. Okay. So you only got a few more days to do this. So there are 40 lanterns in the game right now, and you locate the lantern, and it's well, you'll see it here in a second. It's got this like evil spirit in it in the paper lantern, and you have to interact with it, and it'll turn it to regular. So if you fast travel to me right now, we'll get the first lantern. So go ahead and interact with it. And now we're going to fast travel to Potomac event, Potomac Mall, the safe house called Safe House, or called the shop. Now, when we go upstairs here, it's going to spawn. Well, that's weird. Come on up. There they are. So that's your first lantern. Let me make some adjustments here for a second. Okay, you follow me? Yeah, we're going to run back to where I call it this the killing fields because that's what we're going to do. We're just going to keep running back here and killing shit. Right? There they are again. You see how much armor that is? So the white part is 2.7. So if the blue is 2 times more than the white part, how much armor am I running? 8.1 million armor. I've got it up to somewhere above 15 before. Um, Yeah, I just fast travel back to the safe house. Okay, we'll go to the next one. Over here. Yeah, you're still here. You did the Xbox thing where it knocks you out. Log back in, you'll still be here. Okay, same thing. We're gonna fast travel back to Young Fields. It get kind of monotonous, but it's well worth it. There you go. And off to the next one. Um, here. Yeah, I'm going to be on for a while there, Gorman. If you want to join us. Ugaba. Look at my own map. Hear the sound? That means you're close. Did I pass the entrance? I did. Okay, that's good enough. You didn't shoot at me, did you? I was gonna leave you alone, but no, you had to shoot at me. Yeah, we're working out of the West End. I'm getting all the West End ones for you. That way, if we don't get them done, you kind of know what you can use my video with the map, and you can kind of know, hey, I did this section, I did that section. Who Bear Essentials with Bear Buyers. So if you put in Bear BEAR space BYERS on YouTube, you'll find me. But the actual name is Bear Essentials with Bear Buyers. You're fine. Okay. Okay. Back we go. So you get an accomplishment in the game, commendation. Oh, these are Fox Ronin. Now, if you go into your inventory, I mean, you go into your yeah, you go into your inventory menu, you go over to Cherry Blossom event, it'll show you how many keys you have. And once you highlight the Cherry Blossom event and press A, look at the bottom. You should have two check boxes on those green items. And when we run into the Fox Ronin one more time, you'll get the other two. So they drop one, plus they drop keys. And it also shows on this page how many paper lanterns you've cleaned. So you know how that is. And if you toggle your challenge, you'll get to see your cash for the bonuses for the community for the uniform, for the gloves, and the mask, which the community has already passed all that. Yeah, I need to go here. Hold on. Check. Oops. There you go. Hey, Gary. So, how'd you find me? Just stumbled on me on YouTube? Awesome. Yeah, I can hear you fine. Yeah. Oops. Chases down a one-way street in a fog. So the lanterns spark the samurai to spawn, and then you go to one of the places that they respawn at, and it guarantees the spawn instead of waiting the 10 minutes for them to show up or run in the right direction. We're waiting for him to get close enough. It's because no, we have to kill these guys. They spawn when it won't let you. It means you already got bosses to kill or that samurai to kill. Once we kill the samurai, we can activate it and then basically make another group come after us. So, in case you just don't get this done, Gary, on my channel, there's a video on where all these are on Xbox, and I have the coordinates, the Xbox coordinates. So if you ever go into your inventory, you look at your inventory right now, you see that it'll tell you what time it is in the game. It'll also tell you your foggy bottom and your location is negative 130 7 comma 61. Awesome. So now that we activate this, we just go back to the killing fields where he's at right now. They're in West Potomac Park, and I call it the killing fields because we're just going to keep showing back. Yeah, let me. Yeah, I can show you the targeted loot. Hold on. There they are. So hold on. I'm going to show him something. So, yeah, I get that. You're watching from work. So your targeted loot for your bank headquarters is gloves. Down here is, oh, it just reset. That's why. Smart man. Uh, down here is Seska Varopa. That would be a good one to grind. Where's the other one at? Was it Plaza? Yeah, Jefferson Plaza, right? And then over in New York, it is New York is there you go, Reflector and the Tombs. Definitely. Yes. The Tombs will be a hot spot to run incursions today. And Manning Zoo is up here. Manning Zoo is Hannah U, which isn't bad. So there you go. Hannah U, Refractor, Seska Varopa. Bank headquarters is the Gloves, and the Plaza is Sokolov Concern. You're more welcome. Hopefully, you subscribe, watch some of my channels, watch some of the videos while you're at work, and you know, awesome. Thank you for stopping by. Okay, back to our game, guys, and let me see. I got one to go here. So this will be the last one in the really. You're going to do level 10. Definitely subscribe as a thank you. Of course, you're going to have to when you're on, look me up, especially in tomorrow or Sunday. Saturday, I'll probably be gone all day. We got we got Samurai. You didn't wipe nothing out, lady. Annoyed Street. No, not Annoyed Street. I need to be down. Did we do that? We'll see. Yeah, we'll cut through you guys, mow a bunch of you down. If we head over this way, It's up here. This is the last one in the West End. 20 weapon damage and 8 crit. That's awesome. Okay, so now we need to go to the. Are you already spawning them there in the killing field? That means we won't get anything, most likely. Yeah, if we're not close enough, we don't get anything. See, there's no. Yeah, you killed them too quick. We hadn't fast tracked. That's okay. I got plenty, and I can get plenty more in the next few days. So now we got East End done. We're gonna do Foggy. Yeah, we can travel. Okay, here come the Rowan. Go get them before they disappear. There they are. No, they're actually rogue agents. You coming back or are you done for the night? Yeah, it's okay. It happens. See all these side missions in here? You need to do all these side missions when you like when the event. I know they're kind of monotonous, but they'll open up some of your map for you and stuff like that. If you fast travel on me, guys, okay? Yep. And that's generating more keys faster instead of waiting every 10 minutes when they spawn naturally. It's kind of monotonous, but you if you need keys and you need keys fast before the thing ends, it's definitely and trust me, you can never have too many keys because once you get the other stuff like your apparel and stuff done, the keys you can buy gear and it's infinite. And right now, it only gives you certain things, but you can get protocol gear out of that box, out of the gear box. And you can get a lot of, yes, yes. And you can get like the first bloom already geared up from there. That has like a, I would say a 1 in 100 chance. Okay, that's the Rowan. Uh, there you go. Now, when you collect this, Rise, you will have you should have all your, equipment mods. If you look at your menu and boss, you will be able to look at your menu, and you're gonna see 2 of, what I'm talking about. So when you go in your menu, you go over to Cherry Blossom Event, press A. At the bottom, there's green boxes. There's one for your turrets, there's one for your drones, one for your hives, there's one for your Pokeballs. And basically, you can make them look like the cherry blossom stuff. Okay. Right, you should have all 4 now, right? Okay, okay. I'll go to the next key. So we got, yeah, one more key in Foggy Bottom to get for you. Mhm. Okay, so we got that done, and okay, well, you got my channel, and you can check out that map if I'm not on or helping out other people, and that should help you get the rest of your lanterns. You're more welcome. Hey, I got the Katsumi on me. Fast travel. And the fourth day for shade exposed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Um, oh, I know what I was doing. Going over here to make sure there's nothing in my. I'm still looking to improve this one out right there. Lease load speed 0.1%. It don't look like anything. 0.6% reload speed. Stability 0.1. Point 0.5% optimal range. So don't need any of this. We need that. What trophies are in escalation? Please show. Yeah, I can do that. You mean you're talking about this? The hands, the Sokolov's concern, the Seska, Manning Zoo's Hannah U, and then in New York is this is the good one. It's a reflector. It's a refractor. How's that? Is that what you wanted? Oh, it does. That sucks. That sucks. That's bullshit. Total, utter bullshit. You got the Rikers. Got day two. Day three is break weak points of exposed melees and do things. We need the cleaners. Hostile stronghold with potentially 11, 12, 14, 17 more. So, yeah, basically, I can get 2 more exotics for that, and I don't need to do that the rest of the day. Log out. I want to go back with. No, I don't want to do that. I want to do that. I'm watching my own shit. Where are you going? Huh? Have you heard anything about when you're going to start your test? Thanks for watching. This is Their Essentials with Bear Buyers.